School District Board of Trustees is called to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I have a roll call, please?
Devin Conley,
Chris Jane.
Ellen Wheeler,
Laura Berman,
Laura Blakely. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. And before we get to the agenda, I wanted to ask you trustees to look at this sheet, which is has some items that some design team agreements that we came up with at our retreat in early April. And so there's this ask WAIT, why am I talking? Is this the right time for this? Are we ready to vote? Is this new or additive? Don't repeat. And then also WWW, which is, of course I had this all, what worked well. And then the EBI is even better if. And so I just wanted to ask you guys, let's pick one of these and kind of keep it in the back of our mind and work on it this evening. And does anybody have a preference? Ellen said you liked the why am I talking, but I don't know, Chris or Devin or Laura. Any thoughts on that?
you don't want to talk.
Do you want us to collectively work? I'm sorry, Chris. Do you want us to collectively as a group choose one, or do you want us each individually to choose the one that we personally want to work on?
Oh, I was thinking we collectively as a group, unless you guys wanted to each pick, but I was thinking collectively as a group, we could just pick one just to kind of keep in the back of our minds. And we can reflect at the end of the meeting whether it was helpful. Chris?
I support Ellen's suggestion if we want to focus on one of us being concise. So one thing that was said at the retreat was while we'll try not to repeat each other, we should still speak to indicate that we support something that somebody said. That could just be as simple as I agree with Trustee Connolly or with Trustee Wheeler, because if we don't say that, then there's no clear way for the district leadership or our colleagues to know what the consensus of the board is.
Very fair point, Chris. Thank you for clarifying that. So let's just all keep that in the back of our minds as we go through the meeting this evening. Thank you, everyone. And now, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, so moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Did we take public comment on that item?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for reminding me. You always keep me honest, Trustee Conley. Were there any members of the public that wanted to speak on the agenda item? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom, or if you're on the phone, press *9. I'm not seeing anybody, but I don't know that. Oh, here we go. No, I don't see any hands up. Okay, so now, all in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let the record reflect on a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Connolly. The motion was approved unanimously. Okay, now we move on to the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If there are any members of the public here this evening who wish to address the board on something that is in the closed session agenda, item 3 on our agenda, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you are participating by telephone. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. So at 6:11, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. What, oh, did I do something? I thought this was after.
Oh, after, yeah.
Okay, at 8:37, the meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees is called back to order from closed session and reconvened into open session. And I would like to report that in closed session, item A1, no action was taken. In item B1, no action was taken. However, we wanted to share that the claims alleged in that item, the claims allege a sexual assault by a former employee allegedly occurring in the late 1960s. In item B2, action was taken in the form of a settlement agreement was approved for student number 6005599, approved by a unanimous vote. This settlement agreement requires reimbursement to student totaling no more than $148,000 and waives all past claims through the date of execution of the agreement. In item C1, no action was taken, and in item D1, no action was taken. Okay, that's the closed session report, and now we move to the consent agenda. And Dr. Rudolph, I believe you had one item that you wanted pulled.
Yep, just real quick, Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting. If you're using a Mac or PC, click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you are on iPhone or Android, it is an options menu. Interpretación en español disponible para esta reunión. Si está usado en una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Si está en iPhone o Android, están el menu de opciones. Staff would like to pull contract AC. Is awarding the contract to RC Benson's and Son. This item is still pending in DSA and did not come out of their hopper just yet. So we're asking that item to pull from the consent.
That's the Department of School Architecture for anybody who's curious. So with that, Trustee Chang?
Oh, I have a request to pull as a separate vote, item H and item I. So H, the contract for the lighting, and then the schematic design for the surveillance camera projects. And if there are no things other board members want to pull, then my motion would be to approve the consent agenda with item H and I pulled for separate vote, and for the item AC pulled as the superintendent suggested.
Second.
All in favor? Please
Aye.
say aye. Aye. Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the consent agenda with items H and I pulled for just separate vote and item AC pulled until a future meeting was approved unanimously. Okay, before we get to the discussion of items H and I just wanted to note that the reports from the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee and the Bond Oversight Committee were in the package of the various items that were approved by consent, and just wanted to express thanks to all the members of those committees for the hard work that you've done. We have read the reports. We appreciate your work in ensuring that we're spending the funding from those two initiatives appropriately. Thank you. Okay, so item H, the award of contract to ProCal Lighting Inc. for the district-wide site lighting project. How do we do this? You wanted to pull it. Do we have a motion and then we discuss it, or?
We can make I'll make a motion that we go ahead and vote on approving H and I. I just had a comment I wanted to make. So I believe we can make, since it was on the consent agenda together, I can make a motion to just vote on these together. So I move we vote to approve the H, which is award the contract of ProCal Lighting for district-wide site lighting project, and I, approval schematic design budget and schedule for the district-wide surveillance camera project.
Second.
Okay, so discussion. Oh, I think I'm missing this. Did anybody have any clarifying questions on those items? Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on those items? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you're participating by phone. I see none. Trustee Chang.
Let's be brief. I'll be voting no on these two items for just not because I'm against the idea of I recognize there's some schools that need lighting issues. I've actually physically visited all the schools at night to see that myself. And I believe that cameras are needed. We have a lot of vandalism issues. The scope and size of these projects are too large for me to vote in favor, particularly in the sense that we have some very important projects like teacher housing that will need some extra funds. And at just this moment, these prices are too high. So I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, my understanding was that there were sufficient funds in our budget to cover the increased cost of the teacher housing project, that there's no concerns about that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Trustee Chang.
I recognize that that also does mean that there are some other projects that may be changed, such as the Landis project. Yes.
That's correct.
But the Landis project is not being changed because of the cost overruns, that there's a deficit that needs to be covered for the teacher housing. It's because the growth projections have changed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there's multiple
Like the
factors
courtroom.
about Landos, as well as about the teacher housing project. So both points are correct.
Any other comments on these items? I see your light on, Trustee Wheeler. Were you? Okay, I just want to point out that when we did go out to seek the voters' approval of Measure T, the lighting and the surveillance cameras were very prominently and clearly described in terms of the projects that we would, that the bond funds would be funding. And I also want to say that given some of the vandalism that we've seen of late, the burning at Castro, the anti-Semitic and anti-Black and various other hate graffiti that we've experienced at a number of our sites. I'm thinking Montaloma, Imai, Landals, Castro, just Crittenden, I believe, had Graham did. I, for one, am grateful that the bond measure funds approved by our community, by 69.5% of our community who voted, will be spent on these, because I'm very hopeful that that will help deter these acts of vandalism, in addition to all the other reasons of helping teachers feel comfortable at night and such. Yes. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. On a motion of 4 votes by Trustee Conley, Trustee Wheeler, Trustee Berman, and Trustee Blakely, with a nay vote by Trustee Chang, the 2 items H and I for the lighting contract and the surveillance camera contract under the consent item are approved. Thank you. We now move on to communications. Are there any members of employee organizations here this evening that would like to present to the board? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone if you are participating by phone. Okay, I don't see any. How about district committees? Are there any members of or people that have attended district committee meetings that would like to make a report to the board? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you're participating by phone. Seeing none, Dr. Rudolph, do you have any comments or communications for us?
Yep, just a couple of quick items here. So first, it is Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to teachers, staff, as well as administrators. I know it's been a tough couple of years for everyone, including, even for the board and the community. But, I really appreciate everyone's efforts to make sure that we provide a great education. I think our reclassification ceremony last week was just a testament 130 students were reclassified, most of them being older. But what's really amazing is there's 130 students who may have missed at least 1 year, if not a year and a half of school. And yet we were able to still get them across the finish line for reclassification and prevented some students from being long-term ELs as they enter the high school. So it's really a testament to just how hard our teachers, our staff, and our administrators work. And so I just want to express my gratitude to them. And I know we've been feeding them, and parents have been feeding them and giving gifts and everything else. So it's a great week, and I know it's a great way to sort of wind down the year. And I know we have some teachers and educators on here too, so thank y'all for what you do. Also, I know it really means a lot to the kids. I also want to thank MVEF. It was a great gala. It's great to be back in person. I know I wore my mask all the time, but it ain't outside. But it was a really great event, and the fact that they were able to raise funds to hire 2 additional ELA teachers for the middle schools, which will help reduce class size. And so, every single middle school is going to benefit from this because they're siphoning off, and it's really great. So super proud of the event and was glad that it was in person. I know almost everybody was there. Just want to say, community check-in for tomorrow is actually going to get canceled. We will conduct another one on May 20th, and I look forward to seeing people then. But just wanted to put that one out there. We're sending notifications out. Promotion ceremonies are coming up. Want to let everybody know. I know the board is, most of the board members or all the board members are planning on attending. We're doing these in person, so it's been a while since we've done those. We are asking for the 2 middle school programs that we do those. We're going to do those mass. We've seen several staff members. I think last week we had 7 staff members. This week we had another 3, and we've been averaging over 25 kids every single week in terms of COVID infections. And so, as a safety precaution, we want to make sure that people are masked on the inside. But we are excited to have it in person. And so, I know both principals at the school are looking forward to have some wonderful singers and some wonderful music coming. So, as well as some great ways to honor kids. So super excited about that. And last thing I just want to point out, just because I think the last time we're here, we were talking about CVRS. So I just want to point this out real quick. So I happened to walk home and I pulled out my iPad just to see what it was like and walked down the street. And so if you're walking from here, once you get right somewhere on Sterling, even if you have 1 bar, you still can stream TV. And then there's a gap, which I'm going to address in 1 second, which we're looking into. There's a gap that sort of exists in the community because you have to remember part of our challenge is how high the antenna is. So you hit this gap as you're heading towards the trail. And then the next one, because I'm walking home towards Vargas, as soon as I got over, and of course I remember the street, but now I forgot it, but I was probably about 3 blocks away from Vargas and picked up 1 bar again. And again, I was able to stream all the way back past Vargas. And then unfortunately, the tall trees that are over there sort of block once you get across the train tracks. But it's really a testament to how strong our CBRS is and the fact that, I'm streaming on Netflix because I'll tell you what else to do while I'm walking home. Actually, I wasn't on Netflix. I was watching Yellowstone. Now that I tell you, so I think I finished the whole episode. I'm a slow walker, and so I think I was doing Yellowstone, or if not, I was probably watching a documentary or something like that. But it probably was Yellowstone because I'm on season. I just got in season 2, so I'm trying to catch up with everybody. But it's really a testament. So here's a thing that we've thought about with our teacher housing project, and I've already talked to John. We actually are going to run our dark fiber network into the teacher housing unit, which does 2 things. 1, it will help provide internet access to all of our employees that stay there. But 2, it also gives us a higher vantage point, which will spread out the signal, and it covers the dead spot between Stevenson, Theracov, Vargas. So there's this one area between Westman, Vargas, Landals, Stevenson and Therakoff, right? So this one blind spot that we have, but using the teacher housing building will help to enable access for more kids. And I'm not sure how far it's going to reach, but John and I have already been talking about it, and we've already looked at what do we need to do. So we'll probably bring back some cost estimates because it's a little bit different. It's a great way to utilize a project that we already have and take advantage of the fact that, you know, there's cabling that is going to need to go in there, and it connects us to the network. It'll be a great addition and allow us a great vantage point for our community. And I'm assuming that this will also extend us further into Old Mountain View because of the height as well as the direction that we'll be able to go. So super excited about the possibility with that too, to reach more. And the other piece I would just say is that we also are looking at the Landos. And so we're going to test out how close we can get at Landos to the RV park that is actually over there. And so that's the next tower that John is working on. And so then I'll walk over there and sort of walk the beat and see how far I can get. But the fact that one star or one bar gets you access that allows you to stream is really encouraging for the type of internet, the robustness of the internet that we're going to be able to provide to families.
Wonderful news. Thank you. Okay, now we move on to item 8, review and action. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just all over the place tonight. Item 7, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. So if there are members of the public wishing to speak to the board this evening on an item that is not on the agenda, will you please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you're participating by phone? Okay, I see one hand raised. Wait, just one more moment, not a full minute. Okay, I don't see any others. I see Principal Vern Taylor with his hand raised, and please share your message with us, Principal Taylor. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, good evening. I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Rudolph for switching to masks in classrooms. We had a rise in COVID cases and our district responded in a way that I thought was very appropriate. I know that we set the date for May 13th, and I wanted to encourage the board to consider extending that for a little bit longer. At Vargas, I know cases have risen. In other sites, the cases have risen. And the impact to students when there are cases in classrooms is just very disruptive to students. And I want to limit the spread. This variant seems to be a little more contagious. And indoor masking, I think, can help mitigate some of the transmission. And I know that we have a May 13th date and we haven't determined if we're wanting to extend that or not, depending on the cases, but I would highly encourage, from a principal running a school, it has been very difficult to manage testing, to manage the absences of students and recouping all that lost learning. And so I just wanted to put that out there. I know the decision hasn't been made yet, but I wanted to encourage the board to consider heading in that direction.
Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, now is item 8, review and action. And the first item, following up on what Dr. Rudolph was saying a little earlier in his comments, we have resolution number 01-0522, Day of the Teacher.
All right, good evening. The next two resolutions that I bring you tonight are actually my favorite resolutions of the year. As we celebrate Staff Appreciation this week, I want to recognize and acknowledge all that our teachers do to support the needs of students and our district and our community and each other. This year, more than any other, I want to thank our teachers for their extraordinary efforts, their time, and their dedication. And so tonight, I ask you to approve this resolution in alignment with CTA and recognizing May 11th as the Day of the Teacher.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. Any questions, trustees? I didn't think so. Are there any members of the public that wishing to comment on this item? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you're participating by phone. Okay, seeing none, do we all have a copy of the resolution? This is one that we've often enjoyed reading aloud. I don't know that it's required, but I know that we are all incredibly grateful for every one of our teachers. And so I think that might be a good idea to just continue the tradition that we have of doing that. Did anybody want to say anything before we make the motion and read the agenda comments? Okay, why don't we start with Trustee Conley? Oh, I guess do we do the
I
motion?
make a motion to approve resolution 01-050522 as presented.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and a motion made by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Berman. The resolution was approved unanimously. And Trustee Conley, would you like to start to read and then we'll just go down the row?
Sure. Whereas education is the most vital activity we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of the nation, and
Whereas education is a large measure of the results of the talent and commitment of teachers and their ability to inspire, encourage, and enlighten, and
Whereas teaching is a profession characterized by skill, knowledge, discipline, tenacity, and creativity in the delivery of instruction, and
Whereas teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and love, and deserve recognition and gratitude for the invaluable work they do. And
whereas teachers in the Mountain View Wisman School District educate and motivate students, including those that require unique skills and compassion. And
whereas teachers in the Mountain View Wisman School District have made a crucial difference in the lives of students and are true champions for children, schools, and community.
now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Wisman School District and the Superintendent express their gratitude and commend teachers of the Mountain View Wisman School District and join the Governor and the Legislature of California in designating May 11th, 2022 as the Day of the Teacher, and
be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Wisman School District and Superintendent encourage activities to recognize and honor teachers on this day.
wonderful. Yay, teachers. Keep up the wonderful work. We're so proud of all of you. Okay. So we also appreciate our classified employees, and item 8B is resolution number 02-050522, Classified Employees Week. And I believe that Ms. Victor also is going to present this.
Yes, thank you. So tonight I would like to recognize and acknowledge the dedication, hard work, and support of our district classified staff, from our secretaries to our custodians, librarians, food service workers, and every other group in the organization. Our classified team has worked really hard this year to make learning experiences for students, working conditions for staff, and general experiences for our community the best that they can be. And so tonight I ask you to approve this resolution designating the week of May 15th as Classified School Employees Week.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. May I assume that there are no questions from the trustees? Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you are participating by phone. Okay, I don't see any. Shall we, does anybody have anything any comments they'd like to make? If not, may I have a motion and then we'll follow the same procedure that we did last time?
I make a motion to approve resolution number 02-050522 as presented.
Second.
All in favor? Yay. Okay, and a motion made by trustee Conley, seconded by trustee Berman. The resolution carries unanimously. And trustee, who finished reading the last time around?
I was last.
Okay, so trustee Berman, why don't you start and then we'll go down the line.
Whereas the week of May 15th through May 21st, 2022 has been designated by the Governor and Legislature of California as Classified School Employee Week. And
whereas classified employees support and enhance the educational process by assisting instructors, transporting students, preparing nutritional meals, maintaining buildings and grounds, and performing all technical, business, clerical, and secretarial functions. And
whereas classified school employees contribute to the establishment and promotion of a positive instructional environment and play a vital role in providing for the welfare and safety of Mountain View Wisman School District students. And
whereas classified employees provide services that enable Mountain View Wisman School District to respond effectively to the needs of students, parents, teachers, administrators, and the greater community. And
whereas classified employees in the Mountain View Wisman School District are deserving of special recognition for their many contributions in a wide variety of roles to the institution of public education in this country, county, state, and nation.
now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees express their gratitude and commend all classified employees for their service to the district and designate the week of May 15th through the 21st, 2022 as Classified School Employee Week.
be it further resolved that the Board of Education urges the members of our community throughout this district to recognize classified employees during this week and to applaud their hard work and dedication to the success of public education. Okay, those are two of my most favorite resolutions of the year. Thank you, everybody. We'll now move along to item C, the declaration of need for fully qualified educators. And again, I believe Ms. Bichard will be presenting.
Yes, I'm back again. Thank you. So each year, the district must submit a declaration of need to the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. This declaration for fully qualified educators is a prerequisite to issuing any type of emergency permit. So in an effort to be prepared for any potential need at any given time in the 2022-23 school year, I ask that the board approve the declaration of need as presented.
Thank you. Trustees, were there any clarifying questions? Trustee Conley.
I just had a clarifying question around the bilingual authorization. So are those teachers currently in a program earning that bilingual authorization in order to receive the emergency credential, or how does that work, Ms. Bichard?
It could be. This also provides us an opportunity should we have a teacher who goes out for an extended period of time and we need a long-term substitute who's completing that credential and in a program, it would allow us to have them get a permit for a short period of time as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, trustees? Okay, are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you're participating by phone. Seeing none. Any comments, trustees? And if not, may I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve our declaration of need for fully qualified educators as presented.
Second.
All in favor? Raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, on a motion made by trustee Berman and seconded by trustee Conley, the motion that the Board of Trustees approve our declaration of need for fully qualified educators as presented was approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay, and we will now move on to item D, which is approval of the third amendment to employment agreement of superintendent pursuant to Government Code Section 53262 and 54953 subdivision C3 of the government code. Okay. And I believe I'm the one who is presenting on this. The proposed amendment to the superintendent's employment agreement memorializes that annual percentage increases of 4% and step increases of 3% will be added to the superintendent's annual salaries, subject to satisfactory evaluations for the 2022, 2023, and 2023-2024 school years. For the 2021-2022 school year, the current school year, an additional 1% has been added to the superintendent's annual salary in addition to the 3% step increase. And this is on top of the 4% that we had previously approved, so that Dr. Rudolph's salary will match the salary structure of the teachers and the other associate superintendents. Were there any clarifying questions, trustees? Okay. Oh, Trustee Conley?
I just wanted to clarify that all of our other district employees are on a step that has a regular incremental increase every year that is separate from contract negotiations, for example, for raises or off-schedule bonuses. So that's correct, yes?
Yes, and this is designed to match that same structure and the same amounts as what was approved with the teacher's contract for this year and the next 2 years. So were there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand or press *9 if you are participating by phone. Seeing none, were there any comments by trustees about this item? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I just want to, for those of you watching at home or, on Zoom, I think we're all sophisticated enough to know that this is the kind of agenda item that is talked about in closed session. So just because you're hearing about it now doesn't mean we haven't talked about it extensively in closed session. You can see that, as a matter of fact, item 3, C and D on our agenda tonight, the trustees talked about superintendent contract and evaluation at much length, which is why we came in so late today. So, and that's why we're not saying anything more about it right now, because we've already talked it out in closed session.
And I would just note that by statute, we're required to take action only in public session, an open session, that's what we're doing right now. Mm-hmm. So were there any other comments, trustees, or may I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the third amendment to employment agreement of superintendent pursuant to Government Code Section 53262 and 54953, subdivision C3.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Berman, the third amendment to employment agreement of Superintendent Rudolph was approved unanimously.
And thanks for your continued faith.
You're welcome.
Yes, and we're grateful to have you working for our district. Okay, now we have item 9, review and discussion, and I think some of the members of the public that are with us this evening may be interested in this. It's the dyslexia support plan. And we have Director of Special Education, Asantha Ellard, and Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Swati Degar, speaking to us on this evening. Hello.
Hi, good evening, trustees. Director Dagger and I have the pleasure of presenting to you our draft dyslexia support plan tonight. Thanks, Swati. So next slide. Of course, Everything that we do is grounded in the strategic plan. Skip that. There we go. There we go. Grounded in and aligned to strategic plan 2027. Next slide. So we're just going to give you a little bit about dyslexia explained, the background and what it is. We know that it is a specific learning disability and that it's neurological in its origin. Difficulties are typically deficits rooted in phonological processing that really impact the student's overall abilities in reading. It can affect reading comprehension as well, and it affects about 20% of the population. Next slide, thanks. We know all research indicates that early intervention is critical and most important. We are tasked with identifying those skills that are in deficit and intervening as early as possible to set students up for success in the future. Next slide. So a little bit about the California Dyslexia Guidelines. They came out a few years ago to really help California community at large, both educators and parents, to have common language around dyslexia and how to support students. Next slide. So if you were to crack open the California Dyslexia Guidelines, here's an overview of what you'd really get. It helps educators understand dyslexia and its impact, how to identify those characteristics in students, and then most importantly, what to do about it, identifying those targeted supports and resources that set students up for success. A little bit about our work to date thus far. So we started out with the platform that we are most familiar with, which is iReady, and they have a dyslexia universal screener. So we started to explore that. And then we know in this timeline, the pandemic is happening, right? So it sets us back a little bit, but we continue work in revamping our draft dyslexia support plan in alignment with the strategic plan 2027 and implementing supports for students this school year. Next slide. So in our draft dyslexia support plan is first and foremost grounded in the California Dyslexia Guidelines and strategic plan 2027. It also provides a background of what dyslexia is. It outlines how students in our district will be universally screened and assessed for characteristics, and then how we will instruct and intervene for students who are impacted, as well as identifies assistive technology to support students to be successful in the classroom. Now I will kick it over to Director Dagger to talk about implementation, next steps for implementation.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. I'm going to talk a little bit about our implementation plan, right? What are we thinking for next year? So this upcoming school year, principals, instructional coaches, and identified staff members at our school sites will be provided professional development on our draft dyslexia plan, on the universal screener, and resources will also be provided to our principals, coaches, and staff members. We will administer the iReady diagnostic assessment in August, December, and the end of the year. And then after the diagnostic, we will provide our sites with data on students that either exhibit reading difficulties or exhibit a pattern of potential at risk of dyslexia factors. Sites will then identify and designate staff members who will administer the additional assessments to the recommended students from the dyslexia screener tool. Based on that student data, the site teams will then determine the appropriate supports and track their students' progress. We will continue to review student data, monitor student progress, and as well as the process that we're implementing at both district and site level. So what is this dyslexia screener tool? The dyslexia screener tool is basically a universal screener for all of our kindergarten to third grade students. So they're automatically screened when they take the iReady assessment for reading. Now, the results do not mean that the students have been diagnosed with dyslexia or that the students will develop dyslexia. It merely identifies the students that are showing some reading difficulties and the students that are exhibiting some risk factors for dyslexia. And it provides us this list of students for us to, and it recommends additional further testing for those students. The screener also uses age-appropriate assessment tools or tasks by grade level. The There are some instructional supports and resources that we already have in place for supporting our students. We have our RTI program, which teachers use with small group instruction to provide targeted and focused instruction to their students. And when we had trainings in August and in January, we provided teachers with a variety of strategies to use in the classrooms. The students are also exposed to a variety of reading genres, and there are anchor charts, vocabulary walls or word walls, even visuals that are used in classrooms across the district. Now, thinking of intervention supports, we have specific programs that are already in place. We know Orton Gilligan is known to be a structured intervention approach that is very effective in supporting students with dyslexia. And we're really proud that we have had SPIRE, the multi-sensory Orton Gilligan reading intervention at our elementary level for students with IEPs. We're also super excited that we get to expand this implementation in the coming few months. Learning Ally is another reading platform, which is human-read audiobooks that we have used with students with disabilities. And now we also have purchased district-wide usage licenses for our students. So as we're thinking of all of the things, what are some things that we have to consider as we're working towards dyslexia support? We know that the mitigating impacts of COVID had an impact on our dyslexia planning. During distance learning, we were able to implement some targeted interventions, such as SPIRE that I spoke about previously, which led to the expansion of supports for this school year as well. Our students with disabilities received targeted interventions last year. They've also received it this year. We know that our students and families and staff members are familiar with iReady. So it's not a new assessment or an additional assessment that we will use for dyslexia screening. Of course, we will continue to update and revise our dyslexia support plan in alignment with our strategic plan actions. With that, what are some of the next steps? So as we're looking ahead into this coming year, we're going to provide professional development on our draft support plan, on the screener tool. We're going to support our site in identifying staff members and providing resources for student support. We will continue to monitor student progress with site teams and continue to build and expand as well as revise our dyslexia plan based on student data and feedback. That is the end of our presentation, and we are ready for any questions.
Thank you. Were there any clarifying questions, trustees? Trustee Conley?
Yes, so I, have been fortunate that there are some very knowledgeable community members who have reached out to talk to me about this in the past. And so one of the things that's been brought up is that the iReady screener, we might not have as much research-based data about the effectiveness of that screener for dyslexia as there is for some of the other commonly used dyslexia screeners. So I'm curious about how we will evaluate the quality and usefulness of that screener as we begin implementing it.
Something to consider, and it is we are already familiar with the tool, so it's not an additional assessment. Of course, as we implement and see and get the reports, we will continue to monitor effectiveness and supports and interventions, and then revise our plans if needed. But we started with what we were familiar with and not add one more additional assessment into our assessment timings and windows.
Thank you.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so to follow up on Trustee Conley's question and your answer, I also am very interested in a really good screener. And what I think I'm hearing from you, Director Dagger, is that you're confident in this screening tool. It's not just that you're comfortable with it. So can you help me feel better about your answer?
Absolutely. So digging a little bit deeper, without going in deeper into the weeds, the dyslexia, the screener tool for iReady actually uses the student's overall reading score and then breaks it down into the domain level scores. And then they have non-referenced cutoff scores that they then measure it with to recommend students that may need additional testing. That additional testing is grade level assessments, such as they have rapid automized naming, like colors, and or they have sound, or moving up into second and third grade, it's more into reading fluency. So they actually dig deeper into the assessment piece, and it's administered one-on-one, and it's an offline. So it's a paper pencil kind of test. So it measures students' levels of phonics and phonemic awareness to that on a different kind of assessment.
Trustee Berman.
Just a clarifying question. Can you confirm, I think the presentation stated that the screener is for students in K3. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. And I'm just wondering, and I think that that's what the iReady assessment toolkit offers, right? It's a K3 screener. Just wondering, for students in our older grades who have struggled with reading when they were in, first, second, third grade, now potentially in 4th through 8th, do we have a tool set to identify students who maybe fall into this category as well? So I think this is a huge benefit for our K3 students, but I'm wondering, what tools do we have where we can identify something similar in our students in 4th through 8th grade?
Well, I think I can jump in here and just say, we still have all of the regular assessments that we use to track student progress and growth and identify areas of need in students. And so I think all of that applies 4th through 8th, but also K through 3 as well, of what we rely on to make sure that we're catching students and make sure that we address those gaps. So all of those things are still in place for kids, and then additional assessments wherever needed that we have at our fingertips.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I had a question about in the presentation, they're saying that the iReady screener is kind of gives warning signs or flags that if there needs to be further testing. Could you share, like, is there within the district the process for students to get formal diagnosis, or is there a point where they would have to go outside the district to see a neuropsychologist? Or so once they get tagged that we should follow up. Could you describe the further steps that it takes until they get the official diagnosis?
Yeah, sure. So what if we track the journey of a student who might have reading difficulties? So they would go through a universal screening process, and we would identify the interventions that we need to support the student to be a successful reader. And so if the students are not responding to that, then they would now start to track down our normal pathways of referral if they need a special education assessment. And within that assessment process, we have tools and resources that we use. Like, for example, the Pfeiffer assessment of reading is a popular assessment that's a standardized measure that we can use to identify characteristics of dyslexia. So what's important to remember is we can't diagnose dyslexia in the school, and that's only because we don't diagnose anything, right? We're not clinicians or physicians, but we're looking at characteristics so that we can identify appropriate interventions and instruct students to overcome the barrier.
You had a follow-up question? I've got a question too, but please go ahead and then I'll ask.
Yeah, just brief follow-up. For students to get all services related to dyslexia, will a family ever need to get a official neuropsychologist to give official diagnoses? Or basically, are all the services we provide, it would not be necessary for a family to go to a outside source to get that type of diagnosis?
Yeah, a family would never absolutely need to go have an official diagnosis. And really that applies to any barrier that a student is facing at school. We could say the same thing for autism or the same thing for ADHD. We look at those characteristics across the board. A family never has to go to get an official diagnosis from a doctor, we're looking at how are they impacted at school, to what degree are they impacted, and how can we address supports. It would be the same exact thing for dyslexia.
Thank you. I had one question. I had been under the impression when we talked about this like a year ago, I think it may have been when in the strategic plan presentation, like last February or so, a year ago, that we were going to be conducting professional development for all, I think it was K-2 teachers and staff. And when I see the report now, I see that it's providing professional development and resources to site principals, coaches, and staff identified by each site. So I'm just curious, are we focusing in on it so that's the folks that are more specialized, or will we also be doing some PD for all of our teachers so that they can be kind of clued in about this and how to support their students?
I can jump in. So what we're hoping to do is start with our principals and our coaches, because they support all teachers. And then they identify, for example, they may identify 2 or 3 teachers at their sites who will then in turn be there for support and training for the teachers that may need, because the screener also identifies students with reading difficulties, right? Everyone may need that kind of support and training. So this is more of take it down to the grassroots and have some people like principals and coaches that support all of the teachers and students there too.
So is that
And
a little bit of a train the trainer? Or sorry, Ms. Ellard?
Sorry, I was just going to add, and additionally, all of the special education teacher staff in the elementary have been trained in this Orton Gillingham approach, SPIRE. So they're also resources to the school and currently intervening for students who have dyslexia as well.
I do want to point out that right before the pandemic, we started doing staff training on sort of what it was like to be dyslexic, so that we could create greater awareness for not only principals, but for general ed. And then I think the training that they're talking about is more the specific people who can help intervene. So we wanted to make sure that I found it very informative myself to experience what it was like and to get frustrated to the point where I wanted to walk out the door. And I think, it gives you more empathy for what people are enduring who have dyslexia, which you don't really get the context of when you're watching it on TV or when somebody's talking about it. And so we did, right before the pandemic, we were doing those types of trainings. And so it's probably a good time for us to revisit those, to do staff trainings about that, as well as the specific staff training that they're talking about.
Thank you, all of you. I see that we have at least one member of the public who is interested. Oh, did you have before we go, another question? Excuse me, Trustee Chang.
Thank you. There are some questions that the board submitted in advance, and it's on a Google Doc. And one of the questions the board member asked was, how many students in district do we know have been diagnosed with dyslexia? And the staff response was 114. And I had a question related to that. Is that there's 114 students in the district that have a medical diagnosis, yet there are many more students receiving services for dyslexia but weren't necessary to ever get an official diagnosis? Or is it that there's 114 students who are receiving support for dyslexia?
Yeah, it's the latter. So 114 students are receiving targeted services directly tied to a specific learning disability in reading that we can interpret that they have or demonstrate the characteristics of dyslexia. They do not have a medical, some may, but they don't all have a medical diagnosis of dyslexia.
Thank you. So now we have a bunch of members of the public. In between then, I see we have 5 hands raised. If there are any others that are members of the public that would like to address the board that do not have their hands raised, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you are participating by phone. And I'll give it just another moment, and then we can allocate our time accordingly. Okay, we have 5 members of the public wishing to address the board. And so normally we allot 10 minutes. So we'll give each member of the public 2 minutes to speak. And I'm just going to say your names in the order so that you'll know when to be prepared. Corinne Dillon had her hand up first. Then we have Itek Chelik and Kathy Lee and Monica Tyker and Vildes Orens. So Ms. Dillon, when you see the timer, please unmute yourself and share your comments with us.
Hey everyone, thanks for calling on me. I cede my time to iTech other than just saying 8,000 kids, 20% incidence, 114 kids that have actually been identified with dyslexia. Seems like we have some work to do. I cede my time to iTech.
Thank you. And I believe I had said that iTech was the next hand raised. So please go forward. You have 3 minutes and was it 40 seconds? Well, but Ms. Dillon ceded her time.
Okay, I'm going to actually use my time from Yildiz Orens as well. So I'm going to be presenting from his video. Are you on there? And the thing that I want to talk about is what the plan is missing. And it's basically missing accountability.
I apologize. The timer's not up yet, and I have a quick question to clarify before we get going. So what is our procedure? We haven't had this happen virtually before, where someone has ceded their time to another speaker. In the past, we've done it in person, where people fill out cards, and then they can designate a certain speaker up to a certain extent, but it depended on the board president. So I would just like some clarification, and if someone is seeking time from 2 other people instead of just 1, how do we verify that beforehand to determine time?
I would propose that we do the same thing that we do if we were meeting in person. And I think it's fine. We said who the 5 people were. And so I think I'm comfortable. If others aren't, please let me know. But I'm comfortable matching the minutes. So as I understand it from what was it, Ms. Chelik said iTech was going to, well, I believe Ms. Dillon spoke for about 20 seconds. I think it was 1:43 or something. And so we were allocating 2 minutes each. And then she said that she was using, iTech said she was using Mr. Oren, or Yildiz Oren's video or something.
So do we need to verify with Mr. Orens first before proceeding?
Sure, Mr. Orens, or is it Ms. Orens? I apologize. Would you please let us know if you were comfortable with that?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you. And I assume that Kathy Lee and Monica Tyker are speaking on their own behalf. If that is not the case, would you please unmute yourself and let us know that now? Okay.
I am ceding my time to iTech too.
And who is this speaking?
This is Monica Tyson.
Okay, thank you, Monica. And Ms. Lee, you have written to us also, so I know you have a lot to say. Are you speaking on your own behalf?
Yes, I'm speaking on my own behalf.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your patience with us. So I believe that iTech Selick has like 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Can we do that? Dr. Rudolph?
Yeah, we've actually never done this before. Not even in person, we've never ceded time, but I'm fine. It's just, so just city council does this all the time. But normally we don't. And if someone wanted to present, they would just ask to be included on the agenda and they would have time to present. Steve Nelson's the most classic example of doing that, but we're fine with it. Just, and I don't think anything's wrong with the presentation that they have. I'm not trying to argue that or anything. But normally, I think our practice has been whenever there's a presentation to the board that's coming from the public, the board has sort of viewed it as a public interest for everybody to be able to see. And so we've actually included it as part of the presentation, and then we sort of let community comments just be community comments, which are responses to it. I'm fine to go with you if you all you gotta do is tell me the amount of time, and then we'll figure out how to give them the ability to present, because we actually have that turned off.
I'm quite certain in former times that there was seating of minutes, like when Slater School was closed, many times there was seating of minutes. Trustee Wheeler, I'm sure you can confirm that. And I believe, I'm trying to think on what items, but back in my day,
Yes.
did it. So
So it looks like we're going to do 7
minutes and 40 seconds.
And then the other question is is there a presentation? I'm confused about this.
Yeah, I thought I heard that there was a presentation, and if so, then whoever has a presentation, unless they're just talking, I would just ask that. And typically, that has been included in the board packet so that the board is aware. So so that we could at least add it. And if it's just them talking, then it's just them talking. But whoever has a presentation, if you have it, if you could share that, so that we can include it as part of the public record. That has been one of our practices, because that's normally how we have the public present to us.
That part makes sense to me. Is that possible, Ms. Selleck? Or no, it was Ms. Oren's video.
This is Itek Chelik. I'm happy to share the presentation afterwards. I didn't have a chance to email it ahead of time.
Okay, and then is it
7:40.
7 minutes, 40 seconds,
And then Ms. Lee will have 2 minutes at the end.
and 2.
And I see that Derek's iPad is joined. That may be the presentation, but unfortunately we don't have time for yet another one because the hand wasn't raised
Okay,
when we were calling for that.
if you could just give us,
If anybody has additional comments that hand raised, not time or whatever, you can email the board. And we'd be happy to read your emails.
And will you be allowing video?
We have not in the past allowed video
correct,
from public comment.
correct.
I don't know. That's why I was asking about the process, because there's a lot of things that we haven't done in the past, and I'm curious about how it works in this format.
I mean, even just to allow the other participants in the call to appear on video as if we were there in person.
That has not been part of our practice.
Just tell me how y'all want to go, and then give us a second to figure it out. If if you could please just be patient with us for a second. So let's start with, we know we want them to present,
Yes.
and we know it's going to be 7 minutes and 43 seconds. And the presentation, you want to share the actual slides. If you could, here, how about this? Let me just SMU. Give me 1 second.
We may develop a
Shelley?
form on this.
Yes.
Hey there. I think the only way that they can that Sally can actually show herself is actually for you as the host, because I can't do it on my computer. For video.
Co-host. I think co-host, because I can't change the setting otherwise.
Okay. All right. You want to co-host real quick? Huh?
Yes.
Can we project her presentation if she's
The only-
here with us?
Or the only way our settings, we have it locked down so that we don't get Zoom bombed. So the only way that you can do it is if you're a co-host. So we have to co-host, and that's the only way they would be able to do this.
The other option would be a quick email to you, Dr. Rudolph.
And then I can share it.
Yeah.
That's what you're suggesting. I just, if you can email it quickly, that would be great. We could let Kathy Lee speak in the meantime, or else you could email us the slides after the presentation. I'm not sure if it's slides or video, but if we want it shared with the public, we do need to have access to that.
Okay, Shelley, go ahead and co-host, and we'll.
Okay.
I feel like we'll spend more minutes here trying to figure out the logistics.
Should we allow Ms. Lee to speak in the meantime?
Which, so she has, all right,
Minutes? Oh,
and so she should,
oh, we just saw Ms. Tillich, so.
okay. And you should be able to share. Do you see a share screen function at the bottom?
And can you see me now?
Yes.
You can.
Okay, excellent. So tell me how this is. This is what I want to talk about first, which is
We can't see anything.
you can't see anything.
No, we can't see anything.
We see you.
How about this? If you can eat, that's an actual deck?
So I just want to show you a couple of slides. I don't want to go through the whole presentation. That's why I wanted to do it this way. But I just want to talk about district accountability. So I'm going to just go through that. Universal dyslexia screening began in Palo Alto in 2019, and they have a full report. And I don't know if you can see this or not, but there's a slide that shows a graph chart, and it shows what the Shaywitz dyslexia screener does, and it shows the 26% or 24% of students who were identified. Clearly, if Mountain View Wisman is only identifying 114 students so far, there's a problem. The second thing is the iReady screener is not evidence-based. It has been researched, but they have based it on what makes sense for their software, not on the best practices of dyslexia evidence-based effectiveness. So what I'm asking you to do is to do a software accountability, so that in addition to being able to look at what the students are doing, look at the effectiveness of the software. And by that, I mean, does it accurately identify the 20%, the iReady dyslexia screener? How many students does it identify? Decoding versus comprehension. How does it compare with evidence-based dyslexia screeners? What I have read through and looked through and found out so far is that it is not very effective. Even if it's convenient, it's not very effective. I also want you to do the same thing with the other tools you propose using in your plan, like Learning Ally, the number of pages read, the amount of vocabulary improvement. I have found Learning Ally to be a good resource, unlike iReady. The third thing I want to ask for in terms of accountability, so there's the district accountability, look at your tools, look at what you're doing. The second thing is the software accountability. And the third one is the staff accountability. How many people have actually read a book about dyslexia or have taken a training video of 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 2 hours or continuing education? That is the thing that I find most frustrating. I have to say that my own experience with the Mountain View School District has been very, very challenging. And I'm going to take a step back here, since I've talked about accountability, which I think is the most important thing. What is the unspoken belief of many parents about how we learn to read? Here, I'm going to give you a quote. The unspoken belief is that if, as a child, you are sufficiently motivated and come from a home in which reading is valued, you will learn to read with ease. But as with so many other assumptions that appear to make intuitive sense, the assumption that reading comes naturally and easily to all children is simply not true. A substantial number of well-intentioned boys and girls, including very bright ones, experience significant difficulty in learning to read through no fault of their own. This frustrating and persistent problem in learning to read is what is called dyslexia. So, what do Mountain View Wisman families actually face? We know that dyslexia is a very common problem affecting 1 out of 5 children in every neighborhood, in every classroom. And here is a story of one. As a 2nd grader, a student was called a late bloomer. As a 3rd grader, she had learned enough to pretend how to read. But when we asked for an IEP, an evaluation, the evaluation from the school psychologist came back as, oh, she's not far enough behind. No, you don't get an IEP. In 4th grade, we got outside testing. Oh, okay, that led to an IEP. In 5th grade, there was remote school. In 6th grade, when we had promised that we would have IEP support, there was non-compliance with that. So the 6th grader went to homeschooling and dyslexia-specific tutoring. This is the story of my child. And this is me, who's an active, involved parent. This is ridiculous. It's just shameful. And I'm somebody who has been able to navigate the public school system, but there are hundreds of children and hundreds of families who have not spoken up, and this needs to change. And saying, oh, we're going to do iReady screener, which is not evidence-based, is not enough. Your plan has no teeth. Your district plan does not even show accountability. And if you at least go and learn from other districts to see what they did in Palo Alto, they've got, a 3-year head start on you. Even if you just imitated their plan, that would be a better plan. All right, what else do I want to say? That's basically the gist of it. The second thing I want to say is an evidence-based screener is not very expensive. In fact, I can tell you, each per student test, it costs $1.25. That gives you an access to an online universal screening system, all the embedded scoring and the reporting. The manual is included in the system. If you want to get training, it costs $2,100 for a half day, $3,500 for a full day. If I can find this out as a lay parent, being able to do the research, why not do it as a district? Why not make this plan better? We've waited a really, really long time. My child has suffered psychologically and academically because of this. And we spent basically $30,000 out of a college fund to be able to pay for dyslexic specific tutoring. Did it help? Yes, but it could have been prevented in the first place with intervention at kindergarten or first grade. And this is one of the reasons why in my time at the site council and my time on the Project Cornerstone, it's something that I talked about, and it's so late. And it's really one of these things where the focus of a school should be educating all children. And it's really, really frustrating to me because every child has the right to read. And if you're saying that 1 of 5, we're not going to come to you and teach you in a way that you can learn, it just doesn't make any sense. All right, what else can I talk about? The costs. I will go ahead and send the full presentation, but there are slides that talk about the number of minutes per year, which I'm sure you've seen. And I can talk about that this is something that impacts people, whatever the language you're speaking, whether it's Chinese, Japanese, or Spanish, you can have a dyslexic brain. The most important thing though, is to do a screening tool that's worked, to do some training, to monitor the progress, and don't let this slip through the cracks. It's just something that's just needs to be taken action in now. I guess let me see, going through. I guess I would say the first things first is accountability, and then to know what the families face, and then to know that the cost is just ridiculous. And I'll give you some quotes. What do children with dyslexia hear from their classmates? You're stupid. You don't really have dyslexia. That's not a real thing anyway. This is the smart kids group. Shouldn't you be in the
Sorry,
other
Ms. Tillich, the time is up. Thank you. If there's additional comments that you'd like to send us along with the slides that you have, you can email us at trustees@mvwsd.org. And we do appreciate your input. Thank you. And now, will you please turn your video off? Thank you. And now, Ms. Lee, you have 2 minutes, and Dr. Rudolph is going to put the timer up. And when you see it, you can unmute yourself and share your thoughts with us.
Thank you for tonight's presentation on dyslexia, a discussion that is long overdue. Reading is an important civil rights, social justice, and equity issue. Countless children have been denied the right to read because dyslexia is misunderstood. I am a credentialed teacher. Nothing prepared me for the challenges I faced when my child couldn't learn to read. Since then, I have immersed myself in the study of dyslexia and how the brain learns to read. I am pleased to see that we are going to be implementing screening for all children in K-3. This is an important first step, but more is needed. Neuroscientists have pinpointed 3 areas in the left hemisphere of the brain where reading occurs. Connection between these areas of the brain are created when a child receives direct, explicit, and systematic instruction, such as those found in Orton-Gillingham-based programs. Scientists have also discovered that reading is not a natural process. Unfortunately, many schools in this country, including ours, use programs designed around the belief that reading is a natural process. These programs teach children to guess at unfamiliar words by looking at pictures or by looking at clues in the text. Teaching children to guess at unfamiliar words does not activate the left side of the brain. Instead, it sends mixed messages to the right side of the brain, creating reading problems in children where there should be none. These programs are even more disastrous for children who struggle with dyslexia. As a result of these strategies, approximately 60% of our nation's children can't read proficiently. Our budget reflects our priorities. If we as a district truly believe that reading is a civil rights, social justice, and equity issue, we will use our resources wisely to ensure every child learns to read. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Okay, trustees, do you have comments that you would like to share for the discussion? Trustee Chang?
Thank you. I think most of the board members here know that that I have dyslexia, and that it was something that when I was a student, I was held back in 2nd grade, and they didn't know that. They told my family that I was held back because that I was an English language learner, because my family spoke Mandarin at home. But I was born in San Jose, and my family didn't question why I was held back. I didn't question why I was held back. It took many years for me to kind of understand that, to find out I had dyslexia. And that delayed diagnosis had a profound impact on my life. I'm also a parent of somebody who has the same issue. I thought it was interesting to mention the Palo Alto. I was looking a little more at that. Palo Alto, even though they're a K-12 district, by grade level, they're about the same size as us. But there's like about 500 kids per grade. When they did their Pearson screener, and they found out that 26% of students identified as people that they should be monitoring, they decided to provide services for 11%. So I think it's important to kind of distinguish the difference between, there's a percentage of the students you identify as we need to watch, and then there's multiple tiers of monitoring before you decide, oh, these students need intervention. In Palo Alto, they determined 26% of their K-3 were identified as requiring monitoring, 11% of the students requiring services. That in mind, the 114 that we have in our district is still, at any level of metric, we are probably under monitoring and underserving. So I think that it'd be interesting for us to watch with the iReady, and interesting to look at, the Pearson's assessment, which is also just another electronic. I think that it's, these are all just kind of quick universals. They're not the same as going to see a neuropsychologist, which, I paid for that before for my family. That is a very expensive, very different process. And I think that we can't confuse the same. Whether the Pearson test or our iReady Universal, it is not the same thing as a neuro assessment, nor does it need to be. I think that I very much really appreciated when in the presentation they were saying that we don't need families to go and pay for a $1,000 neuro assessment to receive services. And I think that's an important, powerful message, because I think that if we should just look at whatever screening tool we're using, whether it be iReady or whether it be the Pearson's tool, to see, are we seeing the kids being flagged going up? Because if it stays at 114, then something's wrong. But if we're getting the same levels that other districts are getting, then whatever tool it is, it's working. So I think that we should just look at that metric. And I'll just see the last thing. I submitted a question to the board about regarding are we looking at SEL curriculum to build a sense of inclusion and for students the sense of self if they have dyslexia. And I think that I think the SEL part is a highly underemphasized, powerful way for a district to address this issue. What I mean by that is if students were all reading a book about dyslexia, for example, My daughter and I, we were reading a book, when she was a fifth grader, called Fish in a Tree. So Fish in a Tree by Linda Hunt is a book actually a lot of grades read. And I wouldn't be surprised if some teachers in our district decide to read that in fourth or fifth grade. But it is a powerful book, a young adult novel about a child who discovers they have dyslexia. And by having all students read that from a social emotional standpoint, really, I think it helps a child with dyslexia understand themselves, but it helps their peers understand each other and understand what that means. So I think that can't say enough about just that SEL could change everything in addition to providing services. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Trustee Conley.
I just wanted to say that I support Trustee Chang's comments, and I appreciate your sharing your personal experience as well.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah. We've been looking forward to this presentation and this work for many years. I don't experience dyslexia, but I have studied it since my children were little, so like 35 years. In my children's elementary school in Santa Clara, every single child was taught how to read using a multisensory approach. I have no idea how many kids were identified as dyslexic there. My children were not, but we were taught using what's called the Lindemuth-Bell multisensory approach. And I know that if you go to get further instruction as an adult through Lindemuth-Bell, it costs a lot of money. I know some friends who had a lot of money, and they were able to send their children to specialized schools for people with dyslexia. And if you don't have a lot of money, I worry about those children. I've heard a lot of good things about what Palo Alto School District has learned and programs that they've put into effect. And I encourage our school district, if we have not done so already, to reach out to Palo Alto School District to learn what they are doing, the lessons learned from them, what they can recommend. One thing that I saw in the presentation was a comment about multisensory, comment about Orton Gillingham. How much are we going to utilize those programs for our kids? But I've heard the 20% number over and over and over and over, not just tonight, but from people that I've talked with in Palo Alto and other places. So it makes sense to me that if we create an identification tool, that if the number of students that we identify is a lot less than 20%, I'd be skeptical of that tool. So, like I say, I've been looking forward to this work and this presentation. I know that our administrators have also been, interested in doing the research and making the presentation to us. But I would hate it if putting so much time into this that we start a program that is average or below average. I want it to be a program that we're proud of, that we can put up against any successful dyslexia program, in public elementary schools in the state. So, I have a lot of faith in our administrators, our special ed specialists and academic administrators, but I'd ask that they, go the extra mile to make sure that, you know, what they're starting to put in place is really a top-notch program.
Trustee Conley, thank you, Trustee Wheeler.
Can I make a motion that we extend the meeting until 11 p.m.?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and a motion made by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee, was it Trustee Wheeler? I couldn't hear who was it, which of you did it. The meeting will be extended to end by 11 p.m. Thank you, and I hope I didn't interrupt. And thank you, Trustee Conley. I told you guys we're going to need to keep me honest tonight, so appreciate the guidance. And Trustee Berman, you've been wanting to speak.
Yes, thank you. So I think we've had a couple of trustees point out the 20%. I submitted that question asking how many students have been identified with dyslexia in our district, because I was curious how that aligns to the 20%. And clearly we have a big sort of discrepancy there that we should be paying attention to, because we potentially could have hundreds of students in our district that really need these tools to be successful in school and in life. So just to pull out, just on the slide, there was this statistic that said 95% of children who have trouble learning to read can reach grade level if they receive specialized help early on. And that early on piece, I think, is really critical. And it means that the strategic plan goal would be around our multi-tiered systems of support. And the data tracking related to that goal are especially critical in lower grades to ensure we're teaching what we're teaching in our tier 1 instruction and 2 and 3 are all working. I'm really glad that this is going to be a conversation that we're going to keep coming back to all of next year. I am very interested in seeing the data of how our students perform with the screener and the tools that are associated with the screener and the types of assessments that happen after school students have been identified around the time that we review our iReady data throughout the year, so that we can make sure that we're measuring the effectiveness of this new tool we're using and making some decisions around whether this is the right tool for us and if we're seeing what we expect we should be seeing from the data.
Thank you, Trustee Berman. I agree with much of what all of my colleagues have said, but it's in particular from what I understand from friends whose children and who some of themselves experienced dyslexia, that early piece is really critical. And I was optimistic that we would be providing some training and providing reading supports to all of the K-2 teachers for that reason. But it sounds like we've got to start the plan somewhere and roll it out. And I would just hope that we, as appropriate, involve the classroom teachers, because my understanding, I'm not an educator, but is that a lot of times kids kind of slide through K1, even 2, where they're still learning to read. And lo and behold, some get to 3rd grade and they realize that they're not just a slow reader, that they have a real, like a brain issue, that they process information differently. And had they gotten the supports earlier on, they would not be struggling. And to the Trustee Chang's point about the social emotional impact of feeling isolated and different, I just would love to head off some of those problems at the past. And I am excited about the strategic plan that we do have. That MTSS piece is coming on in SEL. I know staff is hard at working at that, so I'm encouraged that we're doing the plan, and I'm sure that in the continuous improvement mode of operation, that we'll refine it and make it better to the extent it needs tweaking or different tools, or certain things are working and other things aren't, that we'll be focusing on the structure and techniques that are effective. So I'm hopeful, very hopeful. Dr. Rudolph, it looked like you wanted to say something, or was I misinterpreting?
Yeah, I think what we'll need to do is just come back. Yeah, so, there's a balance here. So the screener right now is identifying 50% of all students, or 50% of the total student body that's being tested K-3. So meaning 10%, let me say that. So if 20% of students are dyslexic, we're currently identifying 10% of the 20%. So we're 50% below. And I think one of our challenges, or one of the things that we tried to take into account, which is why staff looked at iReady, was also the community's constant reminder about over-testing and the use of, can we have an assessment that can be used in multiple ways in order to at least identify additional needs. And I don't think any of us would say, including staff members who work in ed services who have had students who are dyslexic, would say that it's a perfect assessment or it's the right way, but it's a screener that's an early identifier. So I think the best course of action, especially as we focus our attention on MTSS and we start rolling that out, that we look at all the data pieces that are actually going in, and think about the impact of testing, but also and you don't want to get the most efficient way, right? So if you use that wise adage of it can be cheap, it can be fast, or it can be good, and you only get two, we need to take that into account, right? So fast, it can be cheap and fast, but it won't be good. It can be good and fast, but it won't be cheap, right? And so we just need to take into account which approach we're going to use and what's the way that we're not over assessing, especially K through 3, those students. But look at, if right now it looks like we're halfway to the target of identifying students who are demonstrating some type of additional need, which is requiring further testing, we can look at what is the efficacy of this actual assessment. And if it isn't, then we come back with some additional recommendations about what assessment we think we should take. So if you can give staff a little time, we'll bring this back in a couple of months with probably some different recommendations, as well as some cost points, and try to make a determination about what's going to work. I do think just be mindful that we have a lot of different initiatives going, and so at the same time, and so we'll do our best to wrap it in. But and I'm not trying to argue that one program is more than another, right? We still have a newcomers program that we have to talk about. We still need to address a couple other items, but let us see what we can come up with and make a determination about how this plays a role in the MTSS and how we can be better at early identification and assessment, and then also the challenge of the actual professional development and assessments. It's a start. It's probably not the best start, but it's definitely better than having nothing. But I don't think that we're where we need to be. So we'll give us a little time to play with this and come back.
Thank you, Dr. Uda. Trustee Conley.
Thank you, President Blakely. So I think, I taught kindergarten for a long time, and a lot of that work was teaching literacy, right? Kindergarten is now what first grade used to be when most of us were children. It's the moment when you're beginning to read, and I firmly believe in early diagnosis. I think one of the things about identifying students who have dyslexia and supporting students with dyslexia is that kind of kills two birds with one stone. Like, those are the same students who are going to be falling behind. Maybe, as in Trustee Chang's experience, it's assumed that it's because they're English language learners as opposed to they need specific supports. And so the two-pronged approach of let's evaluate our evaluation and make sure the screener is effective. And if it's not, then let's use something else. And then the second approach, and may arguably be the best bang for our buck, is the curriculum and training that we give kindergarten and first grade teachers specifically. Orton Gillingham, for example, but the strategies that support dyslexic students support all students in gaining literacy. So I think that may be our most effective money spent. And right now, dyslexia and balanced literacy are kind of situated in this battle around curriculum. There are arguments that a balanced literacy curriculum does not meet the needs of dyslexic students. And so there's a bigger sort of education movement around this, and will curriculum shift? But I do think that the best use of our money and time while we figure out the screener is actually getting our teachers trained in those early grade levels in how to use those strategies now.
Thank you. You said well said. If there are no further comments on this item, Dr. Rudolph, did you have anything further you wanted to add? Okay. Sorry.
Just we'll bring something back.
Okay. Well, I
And
appreciate the start. Thank you. Okay, so that was item 9. Item 10 is board updates. Do we have any board updates, trustees? Do we want to briefly during this part revisit the norm that we talked about, the wait? Why am I talking? And whether we employed that this evening and whether it was effective? Any thoughts about that?
I thought we did a good job tonight. And I think I think everybody, I know I do, when there's a meaty academic item, I swivel my chair over to see what Trustee Conley's going to say. I don't think any of us were too wordy tonight, or we didn't duplicate each other. So around the did you talk too much kind of metric, I think the answer is no. I think the reason this meeting went long is because closed session went long. And then we just had a lot to grapple with in this very important, new initiative for us. So I would say that we did well tonight.
Thank you. I'm hopeful that we'll continue to kind of keep a handle on things and sort of be self-reflective about our meetings, but I appreciate your candor and input. Okay, keep it going, Laura. So item 11 is items for future agendas. Were there any of these, Dr. Rudolph?
I didn't have any email to it. No.
Okay. So moving right along to item 12, future board meeting dates. Those are in the agenda. And at 10:14, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.